Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. Not Friday the 13th, as it turns out. We're back in Pi as usual. We're pushing through, and my research is just a big old pile of alien life things at the moment. But we need to start pushing into all the alien life stuff that we're going to need for Pi Science 3. So that starts with Bodos that we got the research for last week, but that was kind of the end of the stream. So we're going to have to start with start working on these guys. And we might actually have to make a cDNA and a moss gene sample build, because I think we never rebuilt those on Rails. So that may be one of the first things we have to think about is cDNA and moss gene samples. But let's just start with, we want to do these guys. What building are they in? Does this tell me? A botanical nursery. Okay, yeah, I guess that's pretty normal for... So let's just set up a little programmable AL bootstrap machine over here. I think is going to be the thing that we want to do. I should stream that sometime. You're right. That one has been on my list to check out for a while. But Pyanodon's is all-consuming. Unfortunately. Let's just go up here. I don't really care as long as I'm in bot range. So, power that. And we're going to have an output to, I guess it should just be a passive provider. Or maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it should just be a steel chest. Maybe that's the right choice. And then... You know what? Let's actually do... Let's make it an active provider. And we'll use a RoboPort, which I think means that I'm just going to move this up here. We'll use a RoboPort, and we'll use a constant combinator. And what I'm trying to do here is get this set up such that we can I can just change what AL thing it wants to build and it will do the right thing. So we hook these together. This is going to be read ingredients, and this is going to be set requests. So if I say we want photos, and we want, how many did we decide we need? Is this the farthest I've gotten in Pi? It is by far the farthest I've gotten in Pi. The last time I played, I had circuits. I had Pi Sci 1, I think. Oh, I didn't do Bodos. All right, well, there's my problem. Oh, here they are. Bodos. So we need 8 of them for our bootstrap, it looks like. All right. So we're going to do 8 Bodos. And then if we do a decider combinator and we add together read logistic network contents, and then we do anything that's less than 0, we output. That should give us, on the output of this, Bodos. No. Oh. For each less than 0, output the input. No? Oh. Jeez. There we go. So that is there. And then we want to invert that. So we'll throw it into a arithmetic combinator. Each signal times -1. Each signal. So that's a positive. Now that goes in here to set recipe. And then here we want to multiply here. I need to do this in 2 combinators. Because the first thing we want to do is take each signal times 1 and make it generic. Not like that. Like this. And then that gets multiplied with each signal on red times hash output each. And then that hooks up to here in set requests mode. So now this is going to try to pull from storage all of the things that it needs to make all the Bodos we need. And there's a bunch of stuff that I did in our normal auto mall to handle like reading contents from here, right? We had 2 different assemblers, so one can set ingredients, one can read contents. I'm choosing not to care. Everything here comes from storage and will go back to storage. This is going to need water. I don't know if every plant is going to end up using water or if some are going to use other fluids. So for now, we're just going to hook it up directly. And if we have to change it, we'll change it. And then I think the codexes, I'm going to go ahead and just put on the allow list for the normal mall to make them. And we should see that that got assigned. And yeah, all of these are ingredients that we should have plenty of. Cool. So that's fine. So yeah, we need biosamples, cDNA. Apparently we had some moss gene samples, but not enough. And we need the Bodos spores. The spores, I think, just come from a... Is it the microorganism mine? No. It's just called a spore extractor. Spore collector. And that's one of those things where I think we just set up a spore collector for each of the spores that we might need and dump things into a provider chest and call it a day. I don't think it's worth trying to be fancier than that. Where do I want my spore collector array is a different question. For now here, photospores output to a passive provider, call it a day. I should probably... Do I care? Yeah, I guess. Let's make it a buffer chest. I use buffer chests everywhere else. Although, actually, no, this is a single ingredient thing. It doesn't have to be a buffer chest. This can be a storage chest. Let's get a storage chest over here. And what we will do is we will set this read contents, enable while the spores are less than a stack. Do they stack to 100? Yeah. So this will make a stack of Bodos spores, and this is going to be set to the spores as its filter. So this means that, like, any spores that end up in the Logi network will come here, right? And they'll be stored along with this. So other than needing spores and also needing to... Yeah, I guess we need cDNA, we need biosamples, are both things that need to happen. cDNA was a pain early on in the game and is going to be a pain now. I think we have a lot of these things on Rails already, certainly plasmids, retrovirus. Biosamples, I think we make, they're just not being brought into the mall. Yeah. Yeah. Can I see how many we have? Lots. So we just need to bring those into the mall. Probably same with good alien samples. Mushroom DNA. Ooh, yeah. DNA samples are also a whole thing. Now I'm starting to think that I want to take this apart. What I'm starting to think I want to do is grab one of these modules, basically, and replace the crafters and have basically multiple networks like this with their own sets of allow lists, right? And they can have their own array of crafters for that type of ingredient. So if we grab one of these, and we get rid of, well, I want to be careful about just deleting these machines because I need to make sure I get the right connections in the right places for them. So we're going to let the bots build this, and then we'll move it around afterwards. And then the other part we need to do is grab all of this. Let me set this to a nonsense value for now, because this array is going to need to be reprogrammed with a totally different allow list. So, like, for this array, if this is going to be... Here, let's just start with Bodos. So this hooks up to the output of this here and the output of this here. It's set to set recipe and read ingredients. Okay. There and there. Read ingredients, set recipe. And then this one is set to set recipe, read contents in crafting, red here, green there. Already forgotten. Green there, red there. So now, what'll happen is instead of needing to do anything weird and special, I can just say I want 8 Bodos and 4 Bodos cultures. And do we have the Mark II ones? Probably not. Not yet. No, we need mycology stage 3 for those. So we'll just start with the Mark II, Mark 1s, and that's fine. So up here now, we should see that this wants to make Bodos. This module isn't being selected because this is set to module 999 still. So if I make this module 1, it latches. All the ingredients get requested. Bodos codexes go into the system as a request, which should now be down here. Ah, it works. I can set these modules up for any crafting building I want. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. So now we're going to need to do the same thing for the mushroom DNA samples, except those are made in a... what building? A data array. Let's grab a couple of data arrays. Same thing. Let's get our reference position. Let's get a module copied. I'm assuming I'm not going to need multiple rows of botanical nurseries. Maybe that's a mistake, but... And I'm also kind of assuming I'm not going to need botanical nurseries hooked up to other fluids, which may also be a mistake. For now, though. Alright, so these come out. We drop in the data arrays, which are big. Which is too bad because it means I'm going to have to move these guys. But that's okay. All right, and same deal. Red to there, green to there. Set recipe, read ingredients. And then over here, it's green to that one, red to that one. Set recipe, read contents in crafting. Temporarily set this to a nonsense value. And that's just so that, because when I'm copying this module, it's going to do stuff. It's not going to be disabled. It's not coming in with a null allow list. But now if we allow mushroom DNA samples, well, nothing's going to happen because this has enough mushroom DNA samples. If I steal the mushroom DNA samples, there's still a bunch in storage, so still it's not going to happen. Okay, I need to steal enough of the mushroom DNA samples that I actually see this working. Is kind of the... Oh, that was also set wrong. Glad I caught that. All right, so now it does want to make mushroom DNA samples. We should see those here. So if we set this to be able to craft now, give it a real ID. It latches it. We get our request. We need phaology codexes, which we can enable down here. Those should latch. It works. It works with any crafting machine. Other than having needed to move the Nixie tube display here. Maybe I do that everywhere for consistency. That seems like effort. Can I manage to do this? Oh, look at that. All right, it's not that bad then. And then same thing here. We can just get all 30 put in place. These are minor changes and improvements, obviously, but having the consistency is nice. How did I end up with all those bots in my inventory? Jeez. Okay. Yeah, so these guys now are sitting on wanting biosamples, and they're going to get some Bodos spores, but we're not, like, actively manufacturing Bodos spores. Oh, yes, we are, right? Did I remove the spore machine? I didn't. These spore machines, I think I'm just going to leave standalone, because, like, there's only 5 different kinds of spores, right? So we can copy and paste this to, you know, n different types of spores pretty easily. Cool. Why is recipe not set? Set recipe, read ingredients. Hooked up wrong there? Red there, green there, red there, green there. Oh, right. This unlatched. Why is this still getting its recipe set then? Interesting. This is trying to finish its recipe, finish its craft. I didn't know they did that. I mean, it's fine. It's going to make 1 extra mushroom DNA sample. It's not a big deal. Okay. So this is good. This is a nice improvement to, like, the overall system, right? Where we can easily get And we shouldn't necessarily even need many of these modules. I mean, we might, because we're sometimes going to expand things, but like probably just one is fine for each of these. And then we're going to need a separate one for the creature chamber, obviously. We haven't gotten there yet. We'll do that when we get the Fenyots. Because I'm assuming, yeah, creature chamber. So let's, what do we need to request? We need to request biosamples, really just biosamples right now, but we're also going to want cDNA, moss DNA sample, good alien samples. Basically, I need to set up a whole... Hey, first photos! And it's automated, for certain definitions of automated. I think basically I want to take one of these and... not do that. So this is going to come with biosamples. We're going to want cDNA in here. And what was the other one? Moss. cDNA, 30 stacks. Moss gene sample. Good alien samples. And biosamples. Cool. And some of those things are going to be available on Rails. Yeah, it's probably going to get good alien samples and biosamples. I think the cDNA and the moss gene samples we're going to have to make new builds for. Which is fine. I don't think the creature chamber is ever going to be like as nice to automate as these were, because these are fairly consistent, but like every creature has different fluid inputs, and because the pipes are going to be different every time, it's going to be a pain. We could probably figure that out somehow. I mean, I don't think it's possible to get the... We can get the set of fluid inputs, but I don't know how to figure out which one goes to which building input for auto-crafting with fluids. And I think the answer is we're just not going to. We're going to have, when I set up the creature chamber, we're going to have a bus of all the common fluids for making creatures, and we'll just... have to redo the plumbing, basically. For every time we decide we need to make something in the mall. Cool. Generic Earth DNA samples are also made in a data array, right? Yeah. Do these fit? Oh, just barely. Clearance is clearance. All right, you'll be number 2. We might have to make this one bigger because I expect for certain, you know, semi-nested DNA samples, right? If we, at the very least, we're going to need to make generic Earth DNA samples at the same time we're making other DNA samples, right? I don't know if any of the other DNA samples are reused. In that way. But at the very least, it'll be nice to be able to do 2 of these. And then, is it this one? No. Is it this one? A is less than 2. No. 20. It's this one. Alpha less than or equal to 2. There we go. And on you, we only have 1 of these modules. Alpha is less than or equal to 1. Interesting that it flickers like that. One, two, flash. 1, 2, flash. Does this one do that? 8, 9, 10. It does. Oh, it's probably this, right? I need to delay this signal by 2. There we go. That's doing what I needed to do now. All right, that's an easy thing to fix. Yeah, and then there is a 0 cycle, which is a waste, and I could probably fix that, and I don't really want to. Okay, so this should give us pretty much what we need to be able to make everything. Did I enable the Bodo's culture in this thing? I did not. What does it need? Oh, just a breeder reactor. Just a casual nuclear reactor. But I think everything for the breeder reactor we do have available now, so, like, that's fine. Yeah. Bunch of titanium, a bunch of stainless, bunch of complex circuit boards, a lot of complex circuit boards. Jeez. 500 complex circuit boards. We're making 4 of them. Those Bodo's buildings are expensive. I mean, they're expensive on their own. Well, not really. It's really just the breeder reactor that's expensive. Like, this is fine. This is awful. All right, well, I'm going to call that the Bodo's bootstrap done. It's not really done yet, but, like, this is the build, right? And we do have, it looks like, everything we need for this first one to run. We are still going to have to make cDNA and moss gene samples on Rails at some point, but I'll do that when we have something that actually needs them. Excuse me? Oh, these shouldn't be negative. That's my problem. Now they should bring everything out of storage back over to here. That's the issue. All right. Oh, and each module even has its own separate countdown. This is great. Super, super happy with this. It does mean that if I want another row of these, that maybe this needs to move, but that's okay. I think 20 normal crafters is probably plenty for the auto mall. Then again, I thought 10 was going to be enough, and it wasn't, so... While Bodos are getting started there, if we go check out our... Apparently I said use Fanyot 2, but not Bodos 2. No, we're not going to have Bodos 2 yet. But we will be able to research Fanyot 2. Okay. Let's make our tab for Bodos. Get them into the system. And obviously we're not doing... Sure. It's going to be like 0.09. What does it say in Unified Science here? Wait, 0.31. Oh, times 4, Brandon. Oh, factor of 13. Ew. Let's see if we can actually figure out what this number is. So we make 5 in 130 seconds. 0.384. Not quite. Bodo's culture has a crafting speed of 0.8. So 2.8x. So sorry, 5 in 130 seconds. I'm coming up with 0.43, which is way too many for 5 machines. So I don't have my speed calculation right. Crafting speed 80%, module slots 2. The Bodos have a speed of 100%. I still don't understand how modules work after however many thousands of hours in this game. All right. Oh, is it plus 200% of the 0.8? So their total crafting speed is 2.4, not 2.8? That's probably what it is. So 2.4, 4 times, 5 times, 130 divide 0.36923. I bet that is real close to what we're looking for. Perfect. Okay, so that's our number. 0.37 a second. Are we already making improved fungal substrate? The answer is yes. At 1 a second. We also use it for Navens at 0.3 a second, 0.074. So we have plenty of improved fungal substrate, assuming that this build can run full speed, which, sure. Nothing weird about this. I could also prod this. I should probably prod this. Problem for future Brandon. Bodo's spores we do on site. I guess we should use a Mark II. I mean, we could throw a speed module in it. Doesn't really help. 4 spore collector Mark IIs. Okay. And initially, we're just gonna start these with the tier 1 buildings, because we won't have researched the tier 2 buildings yet. But we do have that tech in the queue. Not in the queue, but it is available to us right here. Mycology stage 3. Oh, which we need for Navens 2 and Yadles 2. So we will want to grab this at some point. Shrug. Before we're actually ready to do the next science pack for sure, because we want the red buildings, at least for the Bodos. And the reason it matters for the Bodos particularly, like normally 8 buildings wouldn't be a big deal, but if we duplicate this recipe with yellow machines and set fixed building count here to something very small, you can see that we end up using 0.13 fuel rods a second versus 0.11. Because we're using the better machines, we get a little bit better fuel efficiency. And that matters. Like 0.02 doesn't seem like a lot, but fuel rods are expensive. So we do want the better buildings here. And then I might just feed this with 8 regular spore collectors because they're not that big and can't be bothered to care. All right, so that's everything for this build, at least initially. We will, again, need to switch it over to the better buildings when we have the tech. Let's, while we're waiting for Bodos to finish bootstrapping so we can go get that build built, let's look at this. Oh, actually, since we're starting with just 4 modules instead of, or with the smaller buildings, we only need 4 modules instead of 8. Because we're going to be running at half speed. Okay. Let's look at what it looks like it'll take to scale up like chem science to more research centers and some of these other things. We had looked last week at like getting all of our science prodded, and I think we just want to start doing that. Get everything up to, you know, 4 plus 3 plus 4, 11, 16 research center Mark IIs. Actually, do we have the tech for those yet? Yeah, we do. So let's start going through the science stuff and getting things prodded where it makes sense to prod them. So chem science is easy. That's just 4 research centers. We currently are sitting on what for chem science? 3? Yeah. 3 Mark 1. So we'll upgrade this to 4 Mark 2s with another tier of prod. And I'm sure that needs to be put into the allow list. Oh, we don't have optical fiber on the mall. Okay. We can fix that. We have space here. So optical fiber. And request it here. The reason we set up the request in this buffer is so that any spare that gets like tossed out of assemblies or whatever doesn't go into storage. It goes back into these buffers, and what we don't want is a slow migration of things from these buffer depots to storage, because that'll just cause trains to bring more deliveries. Want to make sure that everything ends up where it can still be useful. All right, next, Pi Science 2. I think zipper eggs are their own thing that I'm not going to try to... Well, we need to double check we're making enough zipper eggs and that we're going to be making enough casein with the increase in Pi Sci 2. So, zipper eggs are currently at 0.27 a second and are only used in Pi Sci 2. Let's clear some of this stuff out. Clear some of this stuff out. Clear some of this stuff out. First things first, let's make sure that we update chemical science to the new buildings, double prod, 0.2 a second, 3.33. This one shows 3.34, rounding, whatever. So it's actually a little bit more than that. It's, what? 0.24 is what we'll be capable of making? Yeah. All right. And then Pi Science 1 is up to needing to make 1 a second, which puts it at 4.17. Is that also what this says? Oh, sorry. Pi Science 2 first, Brandon. We skipped a step. Pi Science 2 needs to be at 0.3 a second. Oh, this is already set to 0.3 a second. Interesting. Did I already scale this one up? Four of those machines. Interesting. Yeah, I think I already scaled this up. All right, well, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run and get a little bit of water. I recommend you do the same during the break. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we come back, we'll keep getting this plan of attack for upgrading all of our science going. I'll see everyone soon. Welcome back, everybody. We're just going through, and we're getting everything figured out for what everything needs to look like for when we upgrade to the next tier of Pi Science. ChemSci and PySci 2 are all set, so Logi-Sci is the next one. And again, this is mostly about swapping buildings over where it makes sense. So like here, it doesn't make sense to use the bigger gene lab because we're only using half a building anyway, and we can't prod this. But in PySci 2, we can prod the cytostatics, so we do want to use the better gene lab there. Bioreactor. And then we need 0.6 logi per second, which is 3.75. I think we want then to be... Oh, nope, not quite. 0.64. Hey, there we go. And that still has us over the 0.6 that we're going to need. So that's fine. Everything here looks good. So that's 4 more research centers, 1 more incubator, and a bioreactor. So let's get all that into our requests. 4 more research centers. Another incubator. And a bioreactor. And with that, 6 buildings is 12 more modules. And we probably have to put bioreactors in the allow list. I can't imagine I've done those yet. Cool. Next, Pi Science 1. Oh, this is easy enough. All right. So this is, what, 3 and 15 seconds? It's 0.2 per second times 1.2. It's 0.24. So 1.2 a second is 5 of these machines. Okay. That is a lot of basic substrate. We're gonna want to double check our basic substrate crafting rates here. But at any rate, that's 5 more of these, which is 10 more modules. Incubator's getting made, right? I see bioreactor and incubator, yeah. Okay. And we have all the parts for all these things, yeah. And that just leaves automation, which is going to need to be at 2 a second when all is said and done. So we can go to 2.16, which is 9 automated factories, or we just go up to the 2.4 and do 10 of them because it's an even number. And I think we do that. So that's 10 automated factories. Oh, I didn't double check my flora collector numbers on all of these. So let's also do that. I think we'll just go in for each of these that needs flora. Yeah, so like 4. We'll go up to 16, so it's an even number on the belt. So 20. No flora here, no flora here. All right, so just 20 flora collectors. And, like, yes, there's some out in the wild already. I don't care. Well, we'll make sure we have everything we're gonna need, and we'll go from there. So that should be it. I mean, I need to double check some of the inputs to these things. Planter boxes, basic substrate, glassware. I mean, really frickin' everything. But I think we can just kind of watch for bottlenecks and clean things up as we go. We can go through. I did check zipper eggs when I was looking at this. Like, we can go through and compare everything, and like I made some notes on. Oh, apparently in PySci 2 we can. Oh, this doesn't even have flavonoids listed on the sheet. Do we make those? We make those on site, don't we? Yeah. Okay, yeah, those need to be upgraded and prodded. Yeah, we don't make those separately. So this sheet is just wrong. Okay, so we need a biofactory and 2 more modules. That's easy enough to add. So that can come out of here. We did cytostatics. We did all the paragen stuff. Actually, you know what? Let's... Well, not good alien samples. But paragen spoiling. We do the flavonoids on site. And we do the cytostatics on site. Okay. So just having the things that we do on site in here, what I'm able to do is I'm trying to be able to track this as these are all of the inputs to all of science, right? And I can say we need, 1 phagogy a second. I don't think that's true for PySci 3 yet. Yeah, so this has like all the stuff that we haven't built yet. And obviously that's not going to be correct. A lot of this stuff will end up being built separately. It's all kind of here as a to-do list. Whereas the stuff in PySci 2, like this is on site, so that's always part of PySci 2. Logi, this stuff is always part of Logi. And, these numbers also don't quite match up with what we're doing here because these are the actual builds, right? And the actual build always has a round number of research centers. Whereas Unified Science says, what's our hypothetical for our target of 6 SPM? Yeah, and this also has a burn down list. That's right. We looked at this last week. This is a bunch of the stuff that we could look at prodding around the base and need to make sure that it's all up to the scale that it needs to be. I'm surprised I didn't put planter boxes here as well. Can't I prod those? Yeah, I can. That's a lot of ash. Cool. So I think as far as doing each of the individual science builds themselves, we've got all the stuff we need. It's just going to be the, ooh, this needs a second burner. Okay. Something else changed with an incubator. Yeah, here. This one too. All right. So we need 2 more burners as well. And that's just because the incubators are, with prod modules, they use a lot more power. That looks like it's everything. I'm trying to make sure I'm not going to miss anything because we have to go all over the base to do all this stuff, and I don't want to be... Yeah, native flora, we don't want to prod. Can't prod the depolymerized organics. Can't prod the animal sample. Okay. Cool. So this is all of these builds. I think we've got all the stuff to do our existing 5 science packs up to the spec we're gonna want, which is good. So we can go do that. I'm gonna start with chem, and then we'll just work our way around the base. But I think, I do think we're going to need to expand and double check a bunch of our other intermediates around the base to have them all up to snuff for this bigger scale of science. But that is, problem for future Brandon. If I went around and got every single build upgraded to tier 2 buildings and prod, we would be here forever. So just as we notice bottlenecks, as we notice we need to expand things, we can expand them. Otherwise, we're not going to worry too much about it for now. Because even if some of our stuff does get a little bottlenecked, we're still going to be in better shape as far as... We're still going to be in better shape as far as our total science throughput, I'm pretty sure. I think everything that's a 3 here, I want to make into a 4. Maybe what I want to do, actually... This is green minus red. I think this is just reading this recipe list and multiplying it by 4. So let's just do that. Let's read ingredients. Each thing times, it previously was times 3, now I'll make it times 4. There. Now these guys are going to set their filters. To have the stuff for 4 total crafts at all times. And yes, we end up with the fluid in there as well, but I don't care. It doesn't break the way the build works, so should be fine. Chem side done. Let's go do Pi Sci 2 because I left that a total mess apparently. Oh, I didn't double check in Pi Sci 2. Shoot. How much? Well, we're prodding everything like double. Which seaweed recipe am I using? Because we're doing that on site. We're doing seaweed 1, and we currently have 4 machines. Seaweed 1. Yeah, we're gonna need a 5th seaweed machine. Shoot. Okay. That is fine. I will add it to my requests. We'll just do a second lap around the base. Anything that I missed across all of the builds, we'll go back and fix. Because, like, there's always going to be stuff that I missed, so... And right up here, PySci 2, we're going to need only 3 research centers, according to... YAFC. Once they're fully prodded up, at any rate. Down here, the Paragen needs a tier 2 incubator. We need a second. What a pain. Okay. How much fiber are we going to go through? Only 0.08. I don't know why I had... Can you do fuel pass-through on these? Will this work? No. I might have to move this. Well, I don't have to. We have plenty of temperature range here, so we can just drop in our 2 burners like here and here. Still doesn't really make getting the fuel to them any easier. How much is the total input of everything else for the Paragen? That's a question. It is a whopping 0.24 items a second. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Is we're just going to move this down. Now we can hook up machine, fiber, fiber. Cool. And then the gene lab. Module. Good. Moss. We fixed moss, like, in our base in general last week. So I am hopeful that it will work. And that we're going to be okay there without needing anything too wild. Biofactory. Uh-oh, I didn't get the Biofactory Mark II. Okay, they are on the allow list. All right, I just grabbed it all too soon, I guess. These should be all set, I think. Throw the chitin in here. I think besides needing to fix up the seaweed and the flavonoids, we're good here. So down to logistics science. Automation, logistics. For logistics science, we need 4 machines. We have 4 machines. Okay. Now, we also need to upgrade this guy that makes Sarkarus, which means a second one of these. And then this looks like it desperately needs a fix on how much. Four flora collectors. All right. So that's this. Four flora collectors. Cool. Does that account for the fact that the heat generating is also using flora? Yes. In fact, that's where most of it goes, is to the heat generation, but that's okay. It's going to take a minute before this catches up on its flora, but otherwise, Logi is done. Psi 1 is over there. Psi 1 is easy, because it's just basic substrate and glassware. Man, I remember when basic substrate and glassware seemed complicated. What do we need? We need 5 machines. There's 4 here, so that's just expanding this a little more. And we currently don't have glassware, which is probably bad. Have to figure that out. And last but not least, the automation science pack, which is right over here. How many machines in total do we need for these? 10. How many do we have right now? 8. Okay. And we've got 10 of these guys here. We need a total of, well, 15. We're going to say 16. Wait. Oh, I had one down here. Okay, be careful. Let's grab these 6 then. Oh, I got one here too. Jeez. Let's move you over. Then these ones. Okay, that should do the trick. 10 there, plus 6 here. Yeah. How much floor is that a second? 20 a second, but they're direct outputs, so it'll stack, and we should be fine. And that's making like 2.5 automation science a second now, which is a lot of science. Ugh. All right. So I think the only thing that we messed up was PySci 2. We need to grab the biofactory and the 1 extra seaweed crop facility. Everything else we had. Why am I sitting on a bioreactor? What's that for? Maybe I did mess something else up. All right, let's just double check all these again. Chemical science, nothing. PySci 2 does not use a bioreactor. Logistics science does. Oh, for the liquid manure. That is what I missed. It's probably fine if we don't prod liquid manure, but you know what? We're here. We're doing all the rest of it. Okay. So now I think it's just the bioreactor that's left. Everything else in my inventory that I just threw in my trash slots looks correct to me. It's all yellow machines, right? So we're not holding on to anything. All the extra modules is because a lot of this stuff was already prodded at tier 1, and I didn't, like, check around to see what was already done. I was just like, okay, we're just gonna request what we know we're gonna need in the final build, and I will be able to bring some modules back to Logi storage when we're done, and that's fine. No sense messing around with it. Trying to figure out what's already in the field and then undercounting what I need and having to come back to base. All right. And now we go back the way we came. We can drop off that biofactory and seaweed thing. And that should get us to a decent place. I think we do. I mean, we definitely are going to need to double check. Oh, not Logisci. Sorry, I'm going to the wrong place. We're going to see each of these science packs start to stall. There's going to be stuff that we need to scale up, but rather than mess around with that, all right, 5 of those running the most basic recipe is what the spreadsheet says we need. So what are all these waiting on? Sarkarus. 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 Should also then be waiting on Paragen. Oh, well, this is wrong. Because we moved this, and I screwed up all of the fluid inputs. There we go. I'm worried about how low this temperature's getting. Because supposedly 2 of these is enough. 1.3 burners. And yet, we're about to drop below required temperature. Oh! But this only has to run 0.16% of the time. So is this literally going to sit here at 200 degrees C and run at exactly as much speed as it can get the power from? I guess so. Fascinating. All right. I hadn't even considered like how that works with a machine like this, but yeah, it seems like it's as if it's power starved, right? It's just running more slowly. Interesting that it's not showing up as yellow, like low power, or it's not flickering on low temperature. It just runs more slowly, transparently. Interesting. I don't love that. In this case, it's fine, because that's just how it's supposed to run. But in the general case, not having that would be not being able to tell that a heat-powered machine is power-starved would be bad in the general case, I think. Oh well. I never noticed it until now, so obviously it's not actually a big problem, right? All right, so I think that's all the science packs now caught up to. They are scaled for what we're gonna need for PySci 3, which is not exactly double our SPM, because we go from like 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 to find something that's PySci 3. 2, 3, 6, 10, 20. So some things are doubled, but some things are only 1.5, and some things are 1 2/3. The ratio isn't perfect. But we should still start to see science running a little bit more consistently than it was before. I think we should also have everything we need to build Bodos somewhere. So let's just grab that stuff and get the initial Bodos build done. Because they're going to run slowly, and if they can just start to accumulate, that makes our lives a little bit easier. That looks like Bodos. And then once we get the tech for the Phanyots, we're going to have to figure out... I mean, obviously, the codices and the DNA samples are straightforward enough. And for this one, the creature chamber setup isn't going to be too bad. But obviously, for other animals, the creature chamber setups can be kind of a pain. So... Where do I want to do Bodos? Guess we can do them down here, somewhere near nuclear. Why not, right? They are nuclear mushrooms. I also, I guess, need to be thinking about where else we can tuck builds and how we want to expand the base from here, because, like, we're starting to close off in a couple of places. I think if I replace this left turn, or right turn, this turn with a T, and we go across here, we can come down, but I want to be careful about cutting off the mall. So I do want to leave more space for the mall to grow. So we'd come all the way across, and that would give us some of this area up here to work with. Obviously, this lake is in the way, but we get some space here. This is all going to be just awful to build on, but such is life. We would get some different colored terrain for once in our lives instead of the snow or the purple. I put on alien biomes so it would be less repetitive, and we got like 3 biomes across the whole base. For now, though, let's do Bodos down here somewhere. I guess right down here next to Cyanic is fine. Good a spot as any. I should really think about building a blueprint, which is the intersection plus 2 segments of track plus stubs for 6 stations, right? Because I end up building this design constantly. And, like, yes, the whole point of this is that it's modular and I can slap down a few blueprints, but when I have common layouts, I feel like just blueprinting the whole thing might be worthwhile. So for Bodos, we're bringing in biomass, fuel rods, and fungal substrate. And we're oh, this is literally 2 stations. Cool. That's easy. Let's also get, geez, let me figure out whether I'm on the map view or not. And then let's get radar hooked up. We will have a drop-off and a pickup. The drop-off is going to need the improved fungal substrate, fuel rods, and what? Biomass. We're going to have our 8, sorry, of these guys. I guess just up here. And our 2 belts, we're going to have biomass on 1. Well, we're going to end up with 2 belts total. So let's do biomass. And that can merge with the spores. And then the other one is going to be fuel rods and fungal substrate. All of that feeds into our 4 Bodos cultures. Each one of these guys, well, really just needs a short inserter and a long inserter. Like... And yeah, they're also going to need water. Oh, of course, I'm an idiot. And I think even once we upgrade these to Mark II buildings with double the modules, we're still only going to be putting out like half of a Bodos a second. So, not even worrying about it. Sweet. That's Bodos. Science is stalled. I should double check this because I did just mess with all of our science, so I want to make sure that I didn't completely break anything. Pi-Sci 1 does not have glassware. Why is glass broken again? I don't know. It's running now, but it was clearly, like, basically halted again. And I don't know why. Was that a fuel issue? And more importantly, how long was it halted? Oh, this has been running consistently for 2.5 hours, which is apparently, like, the longest it's run consistently in an entire work week of time. So, like, cool. But also, I don't understand why it stopped, unfortunately. I don't know what would have been broken. I don't think there's anything to do, really, but to wait for this to catch up. And, well, also to recognize that we do have quartz processing stage 3 on the way. And that will give us fancy new glass, which is probably worth looking at in YAFC and planning for, and possibly even doing a glass rebuild. So, if we open... Okay, I have these set up as separate builds, even though apparently they are not. Didn't I notice that something was going to need empty petri dishes and I got annoyed about it? Yes, Pi Science 3 somewhere needs them. Chitosan. So we're going to need to think about that as well. So I think these are all of the things that we make from molten glass right now. Petri dishes, optical sets, glass core, glassware. We can probably do all of these builds. Yeah, one, we can prod a bunch of this stuff. Not the empty petri dishes, but at least these ones. So I think what we want to do is start going through and, like, I should double check. And now we're getting into what I said I didn't want to do, which is we're checking everything, right? Okay, so, like, yeah, Pi-Sci 1, 6 basic substrate a second. Biofilm uses 2, that's 8. Logiscience uses, okay, 0.12, that's not a big deal. cDNA will use some amount on the scale of half. Okay. So that means that basic substrate is... well, needs to be rebuilt, right? And we would do that prodded at least. Not quite 12 a second, or 12 plus 13.7? That the number? Sure, that's a number. Yeah, we can't prod these guys. We might want to put speed modules on these guys, because that gets them down to like a reasonable number of incubated petri dishes. All right, it's ad break o'clock, so I'm gonna step away and get myself a little bit more water. I recommend y'all do the same. And when we come back, we can try to figure out what our actual glass demand looks like and see what that build is going to look like with our current tech. Because I think glass is just getting a rebuild. I think it's going to be pretty hard to upgrade in place at this point. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I'm trying to figure out what my glass demand is, because we're getting better glass processing. That is where we left off. So I've got, I think, like everything that's going to be an input from petri dishes here. So like 0.2, and I'm going to round up pretty liberally because I don't want to build glass to the bare minimum. Like, we're going to keep using glass products, right? So 0.2, 0.3 total, 0.5, 1, 1.1, 1.3, 1.4, 3.4, Call it 6 total. CDNA is going to be another like 1.5, so 7.5. All right. So yeah, we're going to need a lot more Petri dishes. What? Surely. I mean, if we get rid of the prod modules, it's down to a much more reasonable number of buildings, but then we're not getting our prod. There we go. And then empty Petri dishes, I'm actually going to split out. Well, no, we just need to say we need some extra empty Petri dishes on the side, right? So that's, what? How many? Where are they? 0.05. Oh, that's not that bad. Do we get a better recipe for this? No, we do not. And like, yes, this is our worst case demand for these, but it is still a lot of dishes. What am I doing? Yeah, we want to say that we want like an extra. It's 12 buildings. So an extra 2/3 a second. Sure. We'll make a 13th glassworks. And that's plenty for what we're going to need for science. That's so much more than what we're going to need for science. We could probably even get away without that extra building, but whatever. All right, so that's Petri dishes. Optical sets. Optical sets are just used in laboratory instruments. We do have a new laboratory instruments recipe that adds electric motors and circuit boards to them. Circuit boards and electric motors are really no problem. So I think we should switch over. And then let's figure out, again, laboratory instruments, how much we're going to need. Make sure that that's scaled correctly so that going into glass, we know what we're doing. 0.2, 0.25, 0.45, call it 0.5, 0.6, 0.7. All right. These make what? 4 in 10 seconds, so... What number is this going to be? .96 for 2 machines. There we go. Yeah, and that's fine. So that'll get us needing 0.6 optical sets a second. And actually, maybe we just cast those on site then, if we're gonna... Oh, and we should put efficiency modules in these guys, right? Like, use Glassworks 2 with efficiency modules, and, That way we're saving some fuel on our overall fuel demand. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to make optical sets, because the boron trioxide is more compact than the optical sets. So I think we get rid of optical sets entirely as a standalone build. We just make them here with efficiency modules. Yeah, especially since we're going to eventually switch to molten equipment chassis. And that'll give us... We're already going to have hot air. We're already going to have some of the stuff we need here. So that'll be laboratory instruments. Good. That's 2 things done. Glass core. Oh, I don't even want to go through this. This number shouldn't have changed. All right, optical fiber, 0.67 iron niobium coating a second. Iron niobium coating, we're making 0.8, which is plenty, and we're bringing in 0.23 cladded core, which brings in 0.5 a second glass core. This makes, well, currently 0.57. I mean, I think we just double it because we can put the efficiency modules in. Two in 3.5 seconds. Or really 4 in 3.5 seconds. Yeah. 1.1428. Yeah, that's fine. So that's, I think, it for glass core. Glass is probably... Oh, this one's going to be hard to look for. Because, like... So many of these things are going to be things that use... Yeah, okay. Advanced small parts is real. Biosample is real. cDNA? No, that uses glassware. Yeah. DNA polymerase? No, also glassware. We'll look at that in a minute. Electronics? Yes. No. Filtration media is a real one. Although we can get rid of the glass in filtration media if we look into other recipes. Something to keep in mind, but for now it's there. Mech parts 1, that's real. Mech parts 2 is probably also real. Yep. These are all glassware, vacuum tubes. All right. 1.14 plus 1.2 is 2.34. 4.64. 6.64. 10.64, 11.1, 12.1, 12.85, I'm calling it 13. Okay, this says we only need 13 glass a second. So this is more than we need? Am I missing something? Oh, lamps use 8 a second. I think I missed lamp in there. Okay, so 21. Still, we're at 28 a second here, so this is fine. This doesn't have to change. Again, we don't get a better recipe. Glassware, we are going to get a better recipe, right? We have this one. And let's figure out how much glassware we're going to need. cDNA, fetal serum, DNA polymerase, good alien samples, plasmids, all the science packs, and retrovirus. Okay. 0.2, 0.267, 0.6 effectively, 1.6, 1.8, 1.9, 2.1, 2.25, 2.55. Only 2.55 glassware a second. Okay. And that was currently running on this recipe? Two machines at 3.33? Okay, so this could keep up. But if we switch to the new... Whoops. Misclicked there. We switch to the new recipe. Efficiency modules. We can go up to, I mean, as much as we want, basically, right? There we go. Yeah, 16 a second. So this just spits out as much glassware as we could ever conceivably want, which is good. That's what we want to see. So what do we got here? We have 15 a second plus 233, 248. Plus 57 is 305. Plus 200 is 505. Plus 56 is 561. This is not 561. Obviously, we're going to switch to, yeah, here we go. And this is going to be closer to what? 818. What an awful number. I don't even want to know what that ratio is. That's got to be an 11 in there. Yep. 1.5 thousand in 11 seconds. Sure. So we're going to need to check on sodium carbonate production for this. And obviously, we're going to need to figure out the purified quartz processing, which maybe we want to put on rails, because we do also need it for glassware. Maybe we just spit out purified quartz, and then we can pull it into molten glass. Or maybe we do it as part of this build. Like, this is molten glass and purified quartz. Basically the way we do molten metals and whatever else. And we say that we also want so much quartz out. See, this is looking dangerously like we want... Let's try 804.77. Close. Didn't quite get my math right there, but you see what I'm trying to do, right? If we scale this to like 3 of each of these, and then we're going to have some purified quartz that goes out and some that gets turned into molten glass. And yeah, most of these, I think we just do as... you know what? Let me do this the other way. We're going to have 1.6 purified quartz a second. And that's 1.6 out of 3 times 1,500. Exactly 800, apparently, is the number. Look at that. Now the numbers are all nice and even, like they should be. What? Oh, fuck you, Factorio. Okay. So we need 100 quartz. That's a lot of quartz. So we're going to have to build this on site at a mine. There's no way we're putting 100 quartz a second on rails. If we use crystal mines, tier 2 crystal mines, with speed modules, we only need 20 mines. Okay. So I guess, like, this is the build, such as it is. This will get us all of the molten glass we need. We'll probably just do the regular sand on site, because we have been doing that in general. Make iron sticks on site, as much as that is frustrating to bring in all the casting stuff. Just do it. And then we can kind of decide what else do we want to try to co-locate here. All right, slaked lime will make, and when I'm looking at, yeah, a whole belt of lime, what I'm seeing is we need to just make that on site too. And at least we can prod that, bring in the limestone ourselves. It's a lot of coke, but that's fine. We can ship in that much coke. I'm not worried about that. The other thing I need to look at is sodium carbonate and seeing how much of that we're making. Because we probably need to scale up sodium carbonate, which is also used for rayon. Rayon uses 1.67, and our fancy new molten glass is going to use 1.07. So we need like 2.75, and we're making 2. Okay. So we need to go up to... I mean, we could go all the way up to 4, honestly. Can we prod this? We can. What did I say I needed? 1.67 plus 1.07? Yeah, 2.75. I mean, whatever. This is fine, other than needing more sodium sulfate. Pardon me. Because yeah, this is going to pull in 4 sodium sulfate a second if we do that. So we're going to have to scale that up. Yeah, because we're only scaled to 3 a second right now. So we can scale that to 4 a second, which is... Oh, I see. We're scaled to the sodium hydroxide here. I mean, that's fine. We'll scale to double that. Can we prod this? Yeah, we can. Yeah, 3.6 a second doesn't quite get us to what we're actually going to need. Well, actually it would. We scale this down by a little bit, because we don't actually need the 4.8, right? We need like 3.75. And that's, what's the actual number going to be? 3.9 according to my calculator. Yeah, there we go. So if we pull out 3.9, then that only needs 3.25 sodium sulfate. Yeah, we can get 3.6. So we can actually go even higher. It's going to be 4.32 is the most. I would probably say just 14 machines worth is what we want. Which is 4.2 a second. Yeah. Okay. Still a lot of coke. Everything uses a lot of coke. That's just life. All right, so sodium sulfate upgrade is literally just adding prod to the system. And that gets us up to 3.6, which is going to be enough for our needs. Sodium carbonate needs to be made a little bit bigger and also given prod. And that'll get us enough sodium carbonate for the new molten glass. Otherwise, there's nothing really wild about this. We could use tier 2 soil extractors. Heck, we could use tier 2 tier 2 soil extractors with speed modules if we really wanted to save space. But that's really just saving space. The crystal mines I'm more concerned about, because fitting 72 crystal mines somewhere is just not going to happen. So we can get it down to 20. 36. 36 is manageable if we skip the speed modules. So maybe we go for that if we can find a good enough quartz spot. That's the other thing, is we have to build this near ore because it's such a big build. 88 million there. I care much more about, like, the size of the patch than about pretty much anything else. So... this one's pretty good sized. This one's really big. So I think we could go north from here and kind of expand the rail network up and then west and then try to figure out how we're going, like, around this lake. The other question, I guess, is instead of mining quartz ore from those guys, what if we want to mine it from these things? 4 of them. We would need 4 big quartz veins to keep this saturated. And I doubt I'm going to find 4 right next to each other. I mean, there's 2 here. That's still only half of what we need. Couple more. I mean, depending on how much I feel like running long belts, like these 2 plus these 2, I guess we could pull all in.
Space!
Astron, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh my gosh, I really appreciate that. Trying to use YAFC, had a hard time making it work with turd selections. Yeah, some of the turd stuff is weird in YAFC for sure. A lot of times things show up as, like, different buildings, which may or may not be visible, or as different modules, because that's actually how they're implemented in the game a lot of the times. So, like, if we look at Vrox, do we have... yeah, like, natural cycle shows up as, like, an implicit module that you have to bury in things. Yeah. So what you have to do with that is go into customize modules, and then you can say that you have your internal modules plus natural cycle, or adding beacons works too. But yeah, it's definitely a pain with some of that stuff. And it's been a while since I had to do it, and I'm definitely not going to remember how to do it the next time I need to do it. All right. So new glass, I think, is this. It's annoying to bring in. Maybe I should do sticks centrally. Because, like, I can spit out at a bulk thing bonkers amounts of sticks, right? Didn't I also just recently do that with copper cable? Where I was like, let's just put copper cable on the belt for things that need it. Yes, I did. And I could do that at iron. Sorry, let's clear this search. Well, maybe not right at iron, but, like, generally near iron. And we should be able to do the same thing just to make sticks available for things that need them in smaller quantities. Obviously, for some things, we're still going to want to cast them on site, but... and yes, it's way more compact to ship the inputs than to ship the sticks themselves. But, like, we're talking about 3 items a second here. Compared to, yeah, 0.1 items a second, but this is so much work. So let's do that. Let's grab a casting thingy, and let's just get iron sticks set up at iron, and then they'll be available for builds that need them in small quantities. So we'll do that first, and then we're actually going to have these guys real soon. So we might hold off on actually working on the new glass build until these guys are done, because I need to be able to start the bootstrap for them, and that's going to take a few minutes. Because the glass, well, we can't do the glass rebuild until we get the tech anyway, which I need to pull forward, because our glass has been, like, coasting right on the edge of totally effed for too long, so we really need to work on getting glass improvements figured out. Not easily. I think the thing that I've tried to do in the past is if you do export entities to Blueprint, but that I don't think includes the quantities. Yeah, it's just one of each entity. Because, like, if you could do this, you could take this Blueprint now and do the, like... this thing, right? But unfortunately, because this doesn't include quantities, you lose that. The only thing I've figured out how to do is drop down the chest, name the logistic group, and then you can just add it to your personal logistics as a named group. Maybe someone else watching, anyone in chat, better at YAFC than I am, know how to easily get shopping lists into personal logistics. Okay, so coming into iron here. Do we have space in this for another request? We do, okay. So we're going to want to grab advanced castings. And do that. That'll be advanced castings. Actually, I might want to take them down on this side. Oh, not there. Figure that out in a second. Let's come down here first, because this needs to be adjusted. We're going to need one more segment, because we're out of space for Sorry about that. There we go. High throughput pickup. Here. And the casting unit just feeds directly into that. Iron sticks. Rod modules. Where is molten iron? Molten iron is here. All the casting stuff comes off of it here. Hot air. I guess we just pull in from here. Since we've already kind of got it there. Jeez. And then we just need to bring down the borax and the advanced castings. Okay. Getting those super long underground pipes today. I delayed using them for too long because niobium felt new and expensive, and I deeply regret that. I should have switched to them so much sooner. Okay. So this will be able, I think, to supply train. Okay, that's fine. That error is not great. That error means we don't have enough depot space, which we kind of knew. We built a new depot recently. What happens, and I think it's due to the design of my depots, and I'm not totally sure how best to fix it. But what happens is that trains will sometimes end up waiting, I think, on this side. I'm not quite sure what happens. But trains end up wanting to go to the depot, and they still go to the depot even after they've been assigned by CyberSyn. So they go to the depot first, and then they go about their task, and CyberSyn pops that error. And I'm not sure if it has something to do with how my depots are getting filled up, how the trains are routing to all of these stations. All of these stations have a train limit of 1, or they should all have a train limit of 1. So we shouldn't have, like, trains waiting in this section where they'd, like, be stuck here and have no choice but to go to the depot on their way. So I mean, it's possible that, like, out of all of these stations, I screwed up copying and pasting one of them and the setting is wrong. That's always possible. But I'm really not quite sure what exactly goes wrong when the depots are overfilled that leads to that error from CyberSyn. But it's definitely not a critical error. Like, it always manages to still get the deliveries to happen, and it hasn't blown up the base. Okay, that should be sticks. We're down to 0 SPM. What is stalled? Yeah, still PySci 1, probably still stalled on glassware. And glass is still a disaster, because glass is always a disaster in my base. Yeah, I mean, it's catching up slowly but surely. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before we get that, though. And we really can't do the rebuild until we get the quartz processing tech. So I'm going to have to find something else to do in the interim. Which might be... Did we get the Moondrop 3s? We did. So we can look into the big fuel oil build that I've been talking about. That is an option for us. Try to figure out what converting all of our fuel over to fuel oil would look like. I think... Oh, I also could do the sodium carbonate and sodium sulfate upgrades. Maybe I should do that first. Just get these ready to go for our upgraded glassware build. We also want to upgrade the laboratory instruments build. Yeah, let's do these three. These are all going to be pretty straightforward upgrade lists. No, I can't do this one yet. Because we want to be using the cast optical sets. I don't want to rebuild this twice. So we'll wait until we have the new glassware that makes... Molten glass is not currently accessible on Rails. It's totally local to the glass build right now. And this is going to want to cast the optical sets on locally, so... but the sodium carbonate and the sodium sulfate, we definitely can do. So this should all be fine, I think. Yeah, should all be fine. I don't think there's anything in these requests that's like really out of the ordinary. Where's the... There they are. High pressure furnace Mark IIs. How is the old... new mall disassembly doing? Whoa! Progress. Wait, is it done? Well, not done, but like... Yeah. I don't see any more storage chests. Disassembling the whole rest of the base is a much bigger issue. My main concern was migrating Logi storage over, and that has been achieved. Well, except for one particular thing, but we're not gonna... Well, where is it? Here it is. This is me emulating a big buffer chest before I had big buffer chests. With, like, circuit signals and requesters and providers. It requests any ash that's not in its own storage and then makes that available to the network. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we need to, like, immediately disassemble using the bots in this network. So... Oh, really? We don't have steel chests available over here? That's hilarious. I might actually have to go over there. Well, we're waiting for all these buildings to get built anyway. So let's go over there. What I want to do is I want to get all of the construction bots out of that bot network. Because we're actually going to start taking that network apart at some point. Like, at some point, the whole old belt base goes away. I had stretched that bot network further than I probably should have. I hadn't really decided that I was only going to use bots in the mall until too late. So we ended up with coverage of a bunch of areas that really shouldn't have coverage. What we can do, though, is if we put this here, and have this request all the bots. Yeah. They're just all on the way here. And they're going to get pulled out of the network by this inserter. And that's it. That will pull all of the bots out of the old network. It would be nice to get some of this area a little further cleaned up, because, like, these are totally reasonable places for me to try to make a build, right? We could squeeze some useful builds in here. Yeah, that's funny. All the bots coming from all their roboports to get... How many are left in the network? 180? I guess if I'm just going to stand here waiting, we don't have to, we don't have to have the inserter doing it. But we'll move all these bots over to the other, when do we get Robot Mark IIs real soon, don't we? Improved robotics. There we go. They worked hard. They should have a vacation. They, look, they're getting first-class accommodations to their new happy home. Yeah, flying robot frames. That doesn't look awful. Logibot Mark II takes a Bot Mark I. Lubricant, yeah. These don't look awful. Like, what am I missing? Super steel. Okay. And wind power. Uh-oh. Nothing in there is... Yeah, okay, so these do take super steel. It's the roboports that really rely on wind power, not the bots themselves. So if I stick to the Mark 1 roboports, we're fine. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but none of it is atrocious. So I think for us to have a couple of machines that migrate the bots from Mark 1 to Mark 2 is totally doable. All right. 0 out of 0 logistics, 0 out of 0 construction. That's the end of the old bot network. R.I. pepperonis. Yeah, that should give us... Oh, that's so many more construction bots. That was almost all of the construction bots that were still in the old network. Cool. And then... I think what I can do is I can, like, read... Yeah, available logistics and construction bots. And we'll set up... Is it still over here? I may have taken it apart at some point. I think I took it apart. Oh yeah, you can see where there used to be builds over here. I used to have machines here that would, like, track whenever available. They were like, enable if available Logibots equals 0, or enable if available construction bots equals 0. And they just spit out more bots whenever we needed them. And I think we will do basically the same thing in the new build, except we also need to think about the Mark II ones. I don't know if we can do it with... Yeah, the Mark 1s don't need lubricant, so... we don't have to worry about that. So the Mark 1s could just be made in these machines, right? As we need them. So when we upgrade to Mark II, we would do basically what I just did to empty the old network, except that would shove into, like, a provider chest. And then we set up assemblers that make the Mark IIs with that circuit condition, right? Run whenever available bots is 0. And then eventually we'll pull so many Mark 1s out of the system that it will have to make Mark IIs to keep up with, like, the demands of running them all, and it'll just start spitting out Mark IIs. And I think that'll work just fine. But we're a few techs away from doing that, so I'm not going to jump on it right away. All right, Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock again. I definitely need to get myself a little bit more water. I recommend y'all do the same. If you've been sitting still for the past hour, you should move. Take care of yourself. And when we're back from the ad, we'll upgrade our sodium carbonate build, I think, because that just needs to get done. I'll see y'all shortly. All right, I think we're back from the ad. There's a countdown in the Twitch dashboard, but if you navigate away from the page to other parts of the Twitch dashboard, it loses the countdown because I don't even know. So I forgot about that and I navigated away. I was checking something in my dashboard and I lost track of the countdown, but I think we're pretty close. And certainly I have now vamped long enough that we're definitely there. Oh, it would help if I actually picked up the buildings we need. All right, so we're going to go do sodium sulfate and sodium carbonate, get those upgraded. How is glass doing? It's all just still running, huh? All right, we're getting close to a glassware delivery, but I don't know for sure if that glassware delivery is going to go to Pi 1 or not. I did move quartz processing 3 up, so that will hopefully be hopefully we'll get to that tech. We definitely do have, whoops, that's too far north. Oh no, it's not. Here we go. Sodium sulfate, sodium carbonate. How many of these do I currently have? I currently have 12. Oh, that's right. This one we're literally just doing the standard prod upgrade on. All right, that was easy. Sodium carbonate is a bigger change. There's currently, what, 8 of these, and we're going to have 14? That's such a weird number. 14 is what I decided on, though. All right. So we'll upgrade these ones. We will throw in the modules. And then we should be able to do like that. Oh, it all fits. Okay, good. And then the input. We've got 16 of these. And we need 20 something. That's 26. We need 27, so we're going to end up with 28. Is it still running off of one water pump? It is. There we go. So that should work. How much of this are we making now? 4.2 a second. Okay. We're making 3.6 sodium sulfate. This uses 3.5. So this is all going to be good. This will be able to keep up with our sodium carbonate demand when we start doing fancy new glass. If we pop back into our spreadsheets here, Glass kind of pushed itself to the top of our priority list. But we could still be thinking about this. So this is the stupidly big fuel oil build that I have come up with. Is the Yotoi aloe requirement for this already accounted for? No. Well, sort of. At 0.98, we're not using bedding at anywhere near this speed. We should prod it, because it prods at every step. But other than that, this is literally just scaled to one wood processing unit doing logs, right? We did scale up Yotoi aloe, as I recall. Yes, not this big, though. No, we didn't actually do it. Okay, so I think that needs to happen next, is we need to get this scaled up to the larger design that I've done here. Does nothing. What about this one? No. Nothing interesting from prodding either of those steps. Okay. So yeah, we want to get this done. Let's grab the shopping list for this, because we're going to need the Yotoi for the iron-enriched biomass that we need to feed our moondrops to get the fuel oil drops. And this, as big as this build is, at 50 moondrops, it spits out just a astounding amount of fuel oil per second. This will run the whole base and then some. We could probably do this at half this size, to be honest. And maybe I should. Actually, scaling it to half... I don't know. The ratios are fine here. 60 items a second on the ash belt is fine. Maybe we scale it to, like... we say... scale it to 8 high-pressure furnaces. I don't think that's enough fuel oil. Okay, so we need to go bigger than that, at least. To 10 high-pressure furnaces. Now we're getting close. I mean... this is one red belt of enriched moondrop flowers, right? Is really the scale that this is all at. And I think that's fine. Again, 50 machines is a lot, but... let's get the shopping list for the Yotoi aloe done first. We probably need to allow... the machines... Yeah. Is this going to be able to make those? Are we going to find missing ingredients? Stainless, plastic, complex circuit boards. The tier 1s. We have plenty of concrete, so no, we're good. That is everything it's going to need. But, yeah, this build is what we need before we can switch over to Mark II trains, because we need fuel oil canisters. We could run these a lot more slowly. Like, we could do just enough for our, like, fuel oil canisters, our 30 a second. But if we go all out on it, then we can move away entirely from burning random fuels to just saying fuel oil is our fuel. It's, I mean, it's not quite ZI, but it's darn close to ZI. And pretty much that's that. Really the only downside of this is that it is such an astoundingly huge build. And none of this is really well ratioed, so it's not even like we can use it. I mean, 25 of these guys to 50 of these guys is almost ratioed, but the iron-enriched biomass just fits on a belt anyway, so I don't really care about that. Otherwise, a lot of this is very hard to do DI. So it's gonna just be a lot of stacked belts or red belts to move all this stuff around, which is fine. I'm not too worried about that. We will also need empty fuel canisters, which I don't think we have yet. No. So let's figure out what that looks like. If we want to make a bonkers amount of these a second, like, yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. We can't even prod them. So we're not doing this, obviously. What we're gonna have to do is have a bootstrap period where, like, because we recycle these, right? When we use them, like, they get filled and then they get emptied and the canisters come back. So we don't have to make a stupid big build. We could probably even just get away with a couple of automated factories. So, like, nah. That's still a lot of plastic and steel per second. Maybe we only do one. Maybe it's just one. One factory that pushes canisters out. But this will be a low priority source in CyberSyn, right? So we'll make... We'll only pull canisters from here when we need to. Otherwise, they'll be sitting... We'll pull them from the outputs of other builds. And what I might actually also want to do is set up like a canister recycling buffer where like the used canisters can be pushed into storage and then sent back to be refilled as they're needed. And that's just like changing some networks around and stuff like that. I don't think that's too hard. The harder question is like, how are we going to upgrade all the trains and swap the fuels over at every depot and things like that? But all right. How are we doing on... We've got 13 of 14. Okay. So we can grab those and we can get the upgraded Yotoyalo build done while I contemplate my life choices about fuel oil. I really think I've convinced myself that I want to just migrate everything over to fuel oil as our one and only liquid fuel around the base, at least for now. Because it means we can stop trying to do... Well, I mean, I guess one of my concerns, you know, when we stop and think about that, is like if we look at aromatics, like we could turn aromatics into crude oil and olefins. Like right now we convert aromatics to diesel and we burn the diesel as our way of getting rid of aromatics. Convert it to benzene. Yeah, to diesel. So when we look at what we're going to want to do, I mean, effectively, we could just burn them, right, and get flue gas back, and flue gas is a useful material. But that's something we're going to have to think about for everything that we're currently using as a fuel, is like, how do we deal with having too much of it if we're not using it as a fuel anymore? What's going on with glass? Yeah, we did get a glassware delivery somewhere, and I'm assuming it was not to science. Cool. So yeah, science is blocked until we get that glassware delivery, unfortunately. Glass is otherwise... I mean, it's trying to catch up. Petri dishes are not great, but not awful. Optical sets are not great, but not awful. It's really glassware that always gets screwed in this build, because we barely make enough as it is. So that just causes... It's a bottleneck whenever it backs up, because it drains quickly and then has a hard time catching back up on the buffer when other glass is running, because we don't make enough molten glass for all of our glass to run simultaneously. which is part of why glass needs a full rebuild. All right, so this is all a mess. I think I'm going to tear this whole thing apart. Unfortunately. I hate to do that, but, like, this is all a mess. All right, so that's our output belt. We've got belt here, which apparently was sand and oxide. We've got a bunch of gravel, which seems like too much gravel because the system is supposed to be gravel neutral. We'll figure that out. So, I mean, I guess let's start at the top with our 12 or 14, 12 orchards. Yeah. 12 orchards. These output to here. The input, they have 3 input items. So that's going to be 2 inserters plus water. Assume that we're going to come up from the top. And I just said come up from the top and then dragged the belt from the bottom, and we're going to move on and not think too hard about that. That is so many modules in these things. Are these... Yeah, these are going to be too far apart. That's fine. Cool. And each of these belts needs to be split. Cool. You know what? Let's do, just for the sake of symmetry, let's do that. And then we're going to have 1 input belt here and 1 input belt here. It doesn't really matter which one is which. So one of these is going to have sand and limestone All right. So the thing with this is it all needs to be handled with like proper priority inputs. So we're gonna have like limestone that comes out of soil processing, and then we also need to top up that limestone with directly mined limestone. And then that gets split between the two separate builds. And then all the stone gets crushed to gravel. And that merges with the gravel from course classification and also goes into here. And it's cool that this ratio works out, and I'm glad it works out. Because I'm pretty sure if you prod the course classification... Yeah, okay, that just means we make weirdly less extra sand and less extra biomass if we prod the course classification. Both of those are things that I'm fine to have extra of in the base, so I'm not going to do that. I guess it makes sense, right? Because we're using less course fraction. And then we probably end up pulling a bit more limestone from these 3 machines. Yeah. And a bit less soil. Okay. Let's get the seeds going first, right? The seeds need to be... Here, get this out of my inventory. We're gonna have... Well, we're gonna have these guys, actually. So let's figure that out first. Because these make the Yotoi fruit. And... Whoops, I do still need modules. So we're going to take the fruits out. And that goes into a storage chest, which is here. And then that goes onto this belt. And that's going to be the seeds. This needs to be allow listed to the seeds. And these guys need to just be... I have so many of these seeds. All right, they do all fit in the machines though, so that's fine. And then this belt is going to need to be sand on one side and limestone on the other. Sand comes entirely from 2 solid separators. All right. And this is where it gets weird because we're going to have to kind of work backwards. But the limestone comes from... Okay, also the sand. That's fine. That's fine. So let's do that. Let's get 2 solid separators. Down here, I guess. Sand. From soil. These have a bunch of outputs. And they're going to be input from soil extractors. A total of, this says 4.5. And for the sake of symmetry, just one pump, just one pump. And then each of these guys is going to have a bunch of outputs, which need to be what? Well, no. Let's also grab our limestone. We're going to have 4 more of these guys doing just limestone. So... Here, and there. Oh, and this needs to be limestone. And then each of these is outputting... What's our total outputs from these 2 soil extractors? 8.9 per second is what we actually care about getting out of these. So I think we can do this. Maybe like that. Because, like, it's less than a belt, so whatever. First things first, let's filter limestone. Input priority left. Output priority filtered to the Oh! Filter helper knows. Deconstruction planner. Oh, there's also no item, which is cleaner. So yeah, we prioritize the limestone from this side and feed that into here. And then out of here, we've still got sand, coarse fraction, and biomass. The biomass is just straight up a void. We don't need that at all. So we'll do output left on the biomass and just get rid of it. I have a couple of... I have at least one mod that adds extra signals, so I wonder if it's some compatibility between those 2 mods that's built in. If I look at a constant combinator somewhere... Where do I have a constant combinator? Interesting. No, I don't see it. I can't actually search for that. I have no idea what mod is doing that then. Because I can't use that as a signal. All right, next up, we're going to split sand. And then we're actually going to split sand again. Because we're just going to do an output priority right. Oh, good. And I've been letting this run with things on both sides of the belt, which is not correct. And then lastly, the course fraction comes up here, and we need to handle the course fraction for these guys. Oh, and actually limestone does get used in 2 places, so we don't need an output filter at all. That just comes right up into here. All right, there's the limestone, and then they need... Oh, those guys need a little bit of soil. Fine, I can do that. Actually, I think we're gonna do this again. All right, and then lastly, we've got course fraction coming up here. And we're gonna do a classifier. We just need one. And we're classifying a whole 1.3 course fraction a second. All right. And then that comes out here. Iron oxide we immediately get rid of. And then the stone needs to go into a crusher, and the gravel goes out the right. So we take the gravel here, and we take stone out to a jaw crusher. .32 stone a second, no problem. Into less than that gravel per second, so still no problem. And all of that can come into here and here. And this needs power. And I think that's it. Oh, I still gotta actually route our spare sand and our iron oxide out. And the excess sand is here. Cool. I think that's all the right priorities and everything. This is a lot less compact than the previous build, but it's also 4 times as fast. So it'll figure itself out. Oh, I need to hook up water still. That would help. Beautiful. So yeah, this is going to try to make the fruit, which will eventually end up in here. This is filtered to seeds, so the fruit will have time to decay before this pulls it out. This chest is more than big enough for the fruit to decay. And then we're all set. If I wanted to think about... No, we get a new recipe with the next science with PySci 3. Okay. But we're not doing it until then. And that adds ash, biomass, and fertilizer to the requirements. One belt short for the second. Oh, yep. Thank you. I gotta... Always gotta be making sure chat's paying attention. That's, it was a test. And you passed. Congratulations. I was really hoping we would get some science packs again by the time I was done with that build. Unfortunately, no such luck. Let me double check one of our new builds. How are these guys doing? They're running. Oh, look at that. Literally dozens. Dozens of Bodos. How are we doing on fuel rods? Make sure the fuel rod build is doing all right. Yeah, maybe. Certainly this is running. Oh, and we are getting more lead antimony alloy, so that's good. So, might be fine. You know, it's conceivable that if Silver and Bodos both got a delivery pretty close to each other, that would have drained that far. I just want to make sure that it's not draining even further. Whoa! Excellent. I didn't even know this was possible. And then what we're gonna see is that eventually we're gonna overflow, I think, here. No, that's this one. So that overflow is already backed up. So what's gonna happen? Forget exactly how this fails over to the old... Ah, it's here. Okay. So yeah, the whole thing will have to back up. And once it does fully back up to the point where we can't even pull the refined silver lead dust out anymore, or to the point where the silver lead zinc pulp stage 1 backs up. Then it will overflow to this system, and it will start to make a bunch of inefficient silver. That's intended as the failsafe, so that silver can keep running even if we don't have fuel rods. But what's going to happen in this case is if our total demand for silver and lead is low enough, it will want to run that because it doesn't know why it's backed up. Ooh, yeah, this is bad. Okay. We don't have enough depot slots. Like, this train is currently sitting... Oh, it finally left. No, different one. Sorry. It did leave. There was a train that was sitting here, and yeah, it's doing it again. Not ideal. There's two ways to solve this problem. One, more depots. Two, get the base running again. It's hard to know exactly what's bottlenecking everything. It's probably glass. Although glass is starting to accumulate, so... And, like, I can't imagine that science on all of these has buffered to the point where they're not running full speed. No. Even with the one science pack not running full speed, the other ones are doing fine. They're trying to roll through. Ooh, this one's stopped. Why are we halted? Glassware. Okay. So maybe that's enough. A couple of science packs halted for us to have... Yeah, we got tons of automation science packs. Some Logi science packs. Those are running, though. Pi 2 is halted on glassware. Pi 1 is halted on glassware. Automation packs are running. Chem packs are running and very well buffered. So it seems like for the most part, and like it's going to be hard to tell until... until we run out of some input. Like, I know some things are not scaled enough for the upgraded science builds, but we won't figure that out for a little bit. Why did I build this like this? What is here? Like, I get I probably had to make it shorter for this aluminum reserve. But... Oh, I offset the whole thing. Oh, because it had to go around this. Okay. I really should have pulled this straight down, so this was still a normal. Whatever. Too late now. Not messing with it. Is the new Yo toy doing okay? Everything's green. I'm worried that there is too much gravel in the loop. It's hard to tell, but This is all backed up all the way to the gravel. Which is probably okay. I'll have to keep an eye on this and see if it breaks anytime soon. Just, again, make sure there isn't too much gravel in the loop, because, I mean, there shouldn't be, but there might be. I did drop a big old pile of coarse fraction into this, and maybe did not do the same with the sand that would have come out of these things. So the loop might be not quite balanced. That is always possible. Alright, this is the fuel oil build requester, which I made giant because it's going to need a lot of buildings. The Yotoi orchards should be allowed. A lot of this stuff should be allowed. Let's just double check that it's all in the allow list. Moondrop greenhouses are. I know high pressure furnaces are. I just checked solid separators. Botanical nursery should be. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Okay. That was the only thing that wasn't in the allow list. Everything else should be hitting auto crafting. 207 crafts. Yeah. Moondrop greenhouses. We should end up making some of those as well. Maybe not. Maybe we have enough in storage. Oh, you know what? Because of how this works, where we cap this to requesting only 10 at a time, it's not going to start requesting them until it burns through the number that are in Logi storage. So even though we're making 120 of these greenhouses, it doesn't know that it needs to make more of the tier 1 buildings, because right now it's only requesting half a dozen of them, and there's 40 in storage. So once we use those 40, it'll start to request the other ones. And that's just a side effect of me trying to cap the number of items that are in these requester chests all at once. Because when you get up to over, 100 crafts like this, it can overflow this chest. Maybe not in this case, but ideally, and maybe there's a mod that would let me do this, but ideally I would want to take the total number of crafts, multiply that by the ingredient list, find out how many stacks that will take, and clamp it to the right number of crafts that it fits in 120 stacks. But that's a lot of work. And I don't think it's totally necessary. I think this is fine. I think looking ahead 10 is probably plenty. Do these need anything special? Nope. And how are we doing on Logibots? There is a mod that adds stack combinators. Yeah. I would probably have to do a bunch of combinator logic around that, because, I don't know, there's a floor in there somewhere that we have to do. Okay, cool. We got the Phanyots. So we're going to need to look into... bootstrapping animals, just like we had set up plant bootstrapping here. And we will do that when we're back from the ad break, because Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. What I will do is add giraffe DNA samples to our data array crafts. And yeah, when we're back from the ad break, we'll get the Phanyots bootstrapped. That'll be our first creature made in the new mall. I'll see everyone in just a couple minutes. I recommend stretching your legs, getting some water, taking care of yourself as a person if you've been sitting down for the past hour, and I am going to do the same. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Okay, we need... I think the way I did this before was kind of this thing, which gives me my reference point. And then we delete this whole part. And then we can copy and paste basically this to here. Yes. Get rid of the allow. Now these are going to have to be creature chambers. When I talked about this at the start of the stream, the reality is that I don't have creature chambers. Because so many of the creature chamber recipes have different fluid inputs, this is only going to be semi-automated because I'm kind of always going to have to tweak the plumbing. But having it integrated with the general auto crafting system will still make some things about our lives a little bit easier. All right, put creature chambers in the allow list. We should see them getting made. Yeah, is there anything special in these? Not really. Automated fluid barrels. I hadn't even thought about doing barrels. The problem is, unless there's some crazy way of doing this based on, like, the order of the ingredients or something, I don't think it's possible to know which fluid input on the creature chamber is going to have which fluid ingredient, right? Like, if it has water and artificial blood, is there any way in game with combinators to tell which input is which? Because ultimately that's what you need, right? Even if you had barreling machines, you still need to be able to point. You think it correlates with ingredient ordering, but not positive? Yeah. And then the next question is there even a way to access the ingredient ordering? Yeah, not worth the effort. It's literally just a few pipes that need to be swapped around. Exactly. Would it be cool? Of course. All right, so these guys are going to go here. Green to here, red to here. And then on this side, green to that one and red to that one. And actually, I don't need requests for this anymore because they should show up as ghosts and still get made. They're not showing up as ghosts. Do some silly pump madness that rotates fluids. Oh, that is disgusting, and I love it. You could do that. You could just cycle every input between every possible fluid all the time, and eventually it'll do the right thing. Oh, selector combinators do a stack size signal. Okay. So yeah, I could multiply each item by its stack size and then... Or sorry, divide the total contents by each ingredient's stack size. and then divide the number of crafts by however much we need to get down to, you know, our available number of stacks in this machine. And then, you know, make sure that's floored or whatever. But again, too much work. Not worth it. If I just set this to allow the dudes, and then here, let's make the build for them, and then the modules will get requested. So we need to look at what we're doing here as part of... Okay, it's only a couple of corrals and a repro complex. So, making it with tier 2, but with the base module. It's not quite 0.1 a second. It's, what, 6 out of 130 times a bunch of things. So, crafting speed is 9.76. And then we're making 6, 10... .0946, I think is the number. There we go. And then the cubs are repro complex with the guys. Okay. And does that match unified science? Why is the repro complex so much smaller here? Oh, because I'm way off. I need to divide this by 5. Okay, I don't know what I did. 0.1892. There it is. Now the numbers make sense. All right, and we're going to deal with figuring out all the inputs to this another time. I just want to be able to do the shopping list. Now we should be requesting... Yes. Okay, this one needs to be in read ingredients. This one needs to be read contents, and both of them on set recipe. Giraffe DNA samples I had already added here. Yes. Yes. The codex we have to add down here, because that's an assembly machine recipe. And that'll end up in one of these machines. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And then, like, here's the annoying part where we have, we have 3 fluid inputs. And they're all going to have to be potentially hooked up to any of the various fluids that these guys can run. But for now, we're just going to hook one of them up to water. And we will deal with rerouting fluids another time. Right, the next critter we build, Arthurians, are going to need fetal serum and artificial blood. And that's going to end up on different inputs. But cool, look at that. It's making 64 of them, which is a lot to make by hand, but also whatever. You know, in the real world, maybe we don't want to make all 64 of these. Maybe we adjust the request down. Well, one, it should only be 44, not 64. Yeah, it ended up requesting 3 corrals. But, like, we're going to use the Mark 1 corral. And we're going to use a Mark 1 breeding, not breeding, reproductive complex. Because we don't have the Mark 2s available yet. I guess we could do a Mark II repro complex. Maybe not. Yeah, we could. We can drop the Mark II repro complex in at least. And then maybe we really only need like 24 of these to start then? No, 14. Because we only really need to populate one of the corrals to get it started. And because it's going to be a tier 1 corral, it's only 10 modules, not 20. And then the 4 for the reproductive complex. I mean, honestly, we probably only need 1 in the reproductive complex if we just wanted to get it started. But this should be enough to start the loop. You know, if you figure it out, I will happily take blueprints for that. I do think if you have a set number of inputs and a set number of fluids, you can probably cycle all the inputs through all the fluids on some kind of clock. Like, there's only 3 inputs here. Honestly, you could tie them all together. But, like, when you look at the creature chamber, there's only so many creature chamber recipes, and there's only so many input fluids. So, and like the reality is, yeah, I've seen 4 different fluids so far. Yeah, I'm not being super careful, but 5 different fluids so far. It's not that hard to just cycle through all those on a clock. It's not the most, like, impressive system in the whole wide world, but like, if we were gonna have... Now I'm just thinking about doing it that way. We brought this over here. We brought in, like, 5... Let's actually use these tanks. And each of these... So one of these will be like water. One of these will be fetal serum. One of these will be artificial blood. So on and so forth. All of these need to be linked because the correct fluid could be to any of them. So each of these is set. That's exactly what I'm doing, Astron. I'm going to set these to something that's nonsense, like slaked lime, just so they don't do anything else. So we do something like this, and then each of these guys needs to run for a certain tick. So they're all going to be fed with like top-up valves, right? That's because we need space in the tank. So they would all be fed by top-up valves. Because we need space in the tank for what we pull out of here. And then if we grab, like, our clock... have valve after pump to track when to stop pumping. You could do that. I was just going to run them all on a clock, but... because we can put these in set filter mode. Yeah. Right. So these shouldn't be... So this will just count up to our 6 signals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then each of these guys is going to have a pair of deciders. There's probably a better way to do this. But, like, this one says if alpha is 1, output water. Water's our first signal. And this one says if alpha is not 1, output water here. Put both of these in set filter mode. And then if we hook this up to these, what we should see is every once in a while, this swaps which of these pumps is running. Is there a recipe with liquid as a subproduct? I hope not. I don't think I would try to make that work. That is too much. So we should see, yeah. And obviously, we might need to adjust the lengths of time on this pulse. This is scaled currently to the length of time that it takes for one of these things to latch a signal, because this is the clock from the autocrafter. But, like, do this again with fetal serum. And then artificial blood. Oh, and all these need the appropriate alpha value set as well. And then these last ones just need to be set to something nonsense. Oh, I did see one of the things was cold water slurry, so we'll just set that now. And then everything else I'm going to set to, like, slaked lime. Because we should never be putting slaked lime into the system. Yeah. If I had more than half a dozen fluids, I would do it that way, Grim. But the creature chamber is so slow and there's so few fluids that the waste of time in doing it this way is fine. And then we'll set this to, like, I don't know, 100. Oh, and I also have to change this. Yeah, so they're on half the time. Pump out, pump in. Pump out, pump in. Pump out, pump in. Pump out, pump in. Actually, we probably want them on less than half the time, right? Because of how residuals work in pipes. Like, it'll take a lot longer to get the pipe emptied again than how long it took us to shove fluid into it. So we'd want this to run maybe only for, like... And right now that's running for only 10 ticks, which is silly. But you get the idea. If we make this, like, 360... They pump out for 1 second and then pump back in for 4 seconds. And that should give the building plenty of time to suck up whatever fluids it needs. And then... redrain the pipe. All right, is it time to test it? I think it's time to test it. This was absolutely not worth the effort that it took, to be clear. Maybe we set this to a lower threshold, like 50%. Yeah, it had plenty of time to get itself redrained. And this got all the water it needed right away. Awesome. This works. All right. Creature chamber automated. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. Okay, so it takes about 2 seconds to drain this. So maybe we go down to, like, connect to second. The second chamber doesn't need it. The second chamber is just for reading ingredients. The first one, because I want to read the contents of these so that we don't over request on our input ingredients, I can't also read ingredients or else it's all intermingled. So this one exists just to read ingredients. And that's how it's set up on all of them is you could check both of those checkboxes, and it's useless. It's absolutely useless. If someone has a in the wild use case for checking read ingredients and read contents simultaneously, I would love to know what you're doing with it, because it's got to be super cool. All right. Yeah, this works. I think we could probably... Still waiting for building inputs, outputs to be wire color specific. Yeah, that would be... That was definitely one of the things I was thinking about when I was going through all of this was, boy, I wish I could do that. And then, yeah, we're out of CDNA, which we knew was going to be the case. We are going to have to do a CDNA build on Rails, because we have been relying on our very old, very first CDNA build forever. I guess technically that is a stack of CDNA. It's just in 2 places. I could probably make this cycle a little bit tighter. It seems like it drains within just a couple of seconds. So maybe we set the total cycle time to 2.5 seconds instead of 300 seconds, or sorry, 300 frames, which is 5 seconds. See if that might be too low. Yeah, that's too low. Give it another second. And then we go through the 0 cycle. And then this should run out, back in. Now, oh, just enough. Okay. Yeah. I could maybe take, 10 frames off of that or something, but whatever. Close enough. Maybe. Let's give it 240. Let's see what it does. Okay, it does manage. All right, so sure, 4 seconds per fluid, 1 second out, 3 seconds in. Is that how it's set? Yeah. Yeah, I could make that tighter, but I'd prefer to have a little bit of breathing room. I don't want it to get jammed up. Cool. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever done with combinators. Not the wall in general, just that fluid selector thing, the fluid looper. You know what? Let's not even make that a to-do list item. Let's just figure it out. We need CDNA on Rails. Apparently, at some point, I started working on this and never finished it. So we can prod it, for one thing. We can upgrade to Tier 2. Okay. Yeah, with speed modules, we only need 3, and then we'll bring in moss gene samples. We're going to have to make those on Rails as well. Yeah, if we throw speed modules in the microorganism mines, we only need to get 3 of them wrapped around the gene lab, and that's plenty. Cool. So that's an easy build. And then moss gene samples, we only need for this. But we also do need them to go to the mall for alien life stuff. So we will go ahead and make that its own build as well. Moss gene samples. Oh, that's it. Okay. Oh, no, but this takes 0.5 a second. Okay, so we need to go up to, like, 0.6 a second. 10 a second moss is a lot of moss. Is that enough moss that I want to try to make it on site? I don't really know how much spare moss capacity we have. We're sitting on a lot of moss right now, so I suspect the answer is plenty of spare moss capacity. Wow, yeah, I fixed the issue with stone into moss, and suddenly my wood problems vanished too. Love to see it. All right, in that case, we're just going to bring moss in. I don't care. So we just need a bunch of gene labs, basically, for moss gene samples and CDNA. I mean, I could just call it one build. Right. Saves us having to buffer a bunch of moss gene samples before they make it to the rest of the CDNA build. Plasmids we're making, laboratory instruments we're making, basic substrate we make, biosamples, glassware, retrovirus, all of this stuff we're making. But I think everywhere else that we might use moss gene samples... Yeah, I mean, breeding program, sure. Tree seeds, breeding program, sure. But everything else is like creature chamber stuff. So, I don't know. I think it's fine to do this and to just overflow a little bit. It's a little bit wonky to do it as one build, and probably 100 hours from now, I'm going to look back and I'm going to wonder why the hell I did that. But it's fine. Let's make sure we've got Mark II microorganism mines available. And we already did the gene labs. Cool. And this can also be set to request from buffer chests. If you aren't regularly questioning the sanity of your past self, are you really playing the game right? Yeah. I think I agree with that. Why is this a 0? Excuse me? Oh, I just never... I think that one was just wrong. And has been wrong. It just didn't get that wire put in place when I went through and I retrofitted the signals onto all of these. All the other ones look okay. But yeah, this is why I need to have a separate one to read the ingredients so I can read the contents, because like all 6 of these Gene Lab Mark 1s ended up in here due to the input stack size of what the inserters will put in. And I don't want like another 6 of them to end up in this chest. So I have to be able to read contents and read recipe ingredients separately. Okay, this is stalled on cDNA. That's expected. Also on draft DNA samples, but those are running. Yeah. I wonder if I should just throw prod modules in these data arrays. Just call it a day. Probably not worth it. I mean, sure, automation science packs, but we make heaps of those now. Okay. So what are we waiting on here? Latex, plastic bar, no problems. What are we waiting on here? Advanced small parts, latex. Cool. We will have everything we need for this cDNA build shortly. I think... I mean, biosamples may or may not be sufficiently scaled for this. We might need to scale up biosamples. We can look into that. Everything else that goes into cDNA, I think, is pretty straightforward. And the reality is, at least right now, we're not running anything consistent with cDNA, right? It just goes into the mall. I don't know if that will always be the case. It has certainly only been the case so far. So I'm not super worried about the cDNA build. It's not going to be running very consistently, and I'm not too concerned about if it's sort of included in our overall calculation for base demand. Like, worst case, when we bootstrap a new alien life animal, it causes science to blip, right? Like, boo-hoo. Oh, did I not get Repro Complex Mark IIs added to the allow? I did not. Yeah, and there's some Mark 1s in storage. Again, that's everything that was migrated from the old non-auto mall that just kept hundreds and hundreds of buildings around. I'm going to go do this down near Bodo's, because we might actually have enough stations for that. It's showing you the totals. If you click on the recipe name, you can toggle show total in or output. Here. Why that seems to be automatically enabled for certain recipes, I do not know. Yeah, we can squeeze cDNA in right here. We don't need that many spots. All right, moss gene samples first. We're bringing in moss and the Petri dishes. Or Petri dishes. And then... do I want to do this on 2 belts, or do I want to use a red belt? I kind of just want to use a red belt. That goes into 5 of our gene labs, which are going to make moss gene samples. It feels so weird to be doing this stuff from so early in the game. The old builds, honestly, could still serve me fine if they were not impossible to hook up to Rails. This is really just a greatly delayed part of the Rail rebuild. All right, and there is... whoops. That part. That'll feed a solid pickup. And then we're also going to need to grab here. You know what? Let's do this the other way around. Let's do these guys here and this here. I'm just thinking about how we need to route other things, because we also need to get dishes out for the cDNA itself, because that's going to be... sorry, I lost my Alt-Tab order, and now I can't find YAFC. Oh, I don't have YAFC. Did YAFC crash on me? Yay, YAFC crashed again. Okay, 1 second. Let me retrieve YAFC. What is the latest autosave? The latest autosave is autosave. It looks like 4 and 5 were made basically at the same time. Okay, we'll grab 4 then. Oh, here we go. Load most recent autosave. That's a checkbox. Load. Let's see if this autosave loads right. And we're back. Cool. All right. Yeah, I don't think we lost anything. But what I was saying was we need to also bring some dishes over to the microorganism mines for this thing. So that is going to be part of how we need to route all this. And then I think all the other inputs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oof. Okay, we'll figure out 6 inputs. If we grab a drop-off, and put the gene lab there. Microorganism mines. 1, 2, 3. We'll run the dishes in along here. Whoops. And they all need an output for regular dishes. And these are ones that have spoiled. What I usually do, or have been doing, is we bring in, we just loop the spoiled ones right back into the station that they came from. It's a total of what? 0.5 a second across all of those microorganism mines. Okay. So yeah, pretty much just that. And then these guys all need to turn off or on based on some conditions that we have to set up, or I can just ignore that and let them run because there's literally no penalty to just letting dishes loop. But I kind of hate that, but also it's the easy answer. And our total input count here is 2.5 items a second. All right, that's just like 4 of those guys then. Except that I need to bring in 6 items. Yeah, let's be less stupid. All of this has to come back. because this has to be a bigger... All right, now I think we just need to set all of our requests. Laboratory instruments, plasmids, retrovirus. All of this is pretty normal stuff. It's all stuff that we built a long time ago. Glassware is already in, basic substrate, and biosamples. All right. And these will all fit with only 25 stacks requested. This is going to be, instead of issuing a train request when there's 10 stacks left, it'll only issue a train request when there's 5 stacks left. But this is such a low quantity thing that I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, and these are all just running. They're spitting out incubated dishes. The dishes loop. I could add circuit conditions so that the dishes don't loop when the machine can't run for some reason, but I don't think I care because the reality is that, again, there's really no penalty for dishes looping. It uses a little bit of power. Cool. Not quite. We still have this. Oh, this needs prod modules. There we go. Now those numbers make more sense. There we go. So that'll just send the moss gene samples over to cDNA before it tries to make them available to other parts of the base. No worries. And then up here, are we already requesting cDNA and moss gene samples? Yes. Sweet. So both of those should just get delivered here when... there's a bunch of biosamples that ended up in Logi storage somehow. Probably from me bootstrapping AL stuff at the old mall setup. All right, well, this is going to take a second for all these trains to deliver down here, but I think they are correct. I just would like to see it turning on. Still Pi-Sci 1. Still glassware. Glass is still a mess. We're catching up on this part of glass. Okay, we're catching up on dishes. Yeah, we're just starting to back up on dishes. Not so much optical sets. So yeah, this is why I need to do a rebuild of glass, because every time anything happens with glass, it takes forever to recover, because it's not actually scaled to handle max throughput. It's scaled to handle average throughput across all of the different glass products. We also might have a quartz issue, but that also won't be a problem anymore because glass will have its own quartz on site. We should not have a quartz issue. This is set to request what? Oh, it's a trains getting out of the way issue is part of it. That's going to hit the train limit. Also, this train limit needs to be set higher if I actually wanted to try to run it full capacity. Yeah, now it's going. I don't think that's going to help with our glass, like, majorly. What does Link do in YAFC when you right-click on an ingredient? If an ingredient is linked, YAFC will try to make sure that everything that is created is also consumed. Otherwise, it ignores it for purposes of the solve and just treats it as an input or a byproduct output. I probably have an example somewhere where I'm linking or not linking something. So like here, right, the moss genes are linked. I can unlink those. No, I can't, because moss gene samples are an output. I could unlink the sand here instead of what I did, which was having it linked and then allowing overproduction. Doesn't really matter in this case. But it'll flag an error if it can't balance all of the linked things.
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day!
KeenCon, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are deep in the mess of Pyanodons. What's going on here? Oh, trains are blocked. Okay, I have to fix this train issue. This is causing bandwidth problems all over the place. I don't have enough depot slots for all my trains, and every once in a while a train just will stay at an unloading station and just block stuff from happening behind it. So that needs to get fixed. Did I save the blueprint when I did this last time? I did! Okay, good. So let's do that. Let's call this train depot stuff. And at the mall, we'll just request... no, not there. That won't work. I don't have landfill at the mall that the construction bots can use. Oh, I do. Never mind. So if we set this to train depot stuff, this will grab everything that I need for making another copy of the depot. And hopefully that'll be enough train slots that we can fix some of these issues we've been having with trains, because a lot of these trains that are stuck, I think are stuck behind trains that are waiting at depot. Yeah. I mean, look at this. This is backing up onto the main line. Unacceptable. So that's slowing us down right now. But in general, we're pushing towards Pi Science 3. We've had Chemical Science.
Space! Space!
Cyrillic Plays, thank you for the follow. Thanks for joining the raid. Yeah, let's I need to find a good spot for the next depot. And maybe it needs to be over here, because I don't think I have one in this corner of the world. So I think we'll put a depot over here. And we'll go from there. Bodos are still bodoing. Yeah. We've got most of the ingredients here. Except for what? Plasmids and glassware? Why are we getting more basic substrate? That seems bad. Oh, shoot. It's ad break time. I completely was distracted by the raid and didn't see the alert. Ah, all right. I'm going to get some more water then. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the lack of warning on the ad break. I was distracted by the ads. Or not by the ads, by the raid. And did not notice the notification. for the upcoming ad break. But yeah, thank you again for the follow if you're still watching. And as always, if anyone thinks they should be on the Wall of Fame but isn't, let me know. I will happily fix that. So we need to get trains fixed. I'm hoping everything... A lot of this stuff should be stuff that's already available in the mall. Yeah. Yep. Not enough rail signals, but we should have at least a stack of those in our inventory. Some. We might have to wait for some rail, for some chain signals. Other than that, I think everything we need... Where am I going? Here. Other than that, it looks like everything we need to drop another depot is pretty much available. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it down in this corner, and we'll hook up this line to this line at the same time. Hopefully I have enough rail for that. We might have to do a couple trips back and forth, unfortunately. But that should get us... One, some more just areas where we can attach builds to the network. But two, I want to make sure that the depot isn't at, like, a dead end. I want it to be in a place where trains are going back and forth and will be useful when they're parked there. So yeah, it looks like chain signals are going to be the issue. No, we got 20 extras. Okay. I think we're good. I think we got everything. It is unfortunately not going to fit in my inventory, though. Some of this stuff I don't actually need to bring in. Cybersyn combinators, I mean, sure. The underground belts were an issue. I'll grab those. I don't know why there's pipes at all. Oh, oops. Let's get rid of the requests here. I do want to bring all the extra signals, because I need those. I want to bring all of the train stops. I need those. Bring the extra constant combinators. I'll bring some big electric poles. All right. Hopefully that's plenty of stuff. Let's go make another depot. Science is running again. Excellent. We're going to have to just keep an eye on that and see how glass is doing until we get this tech and we can fix glass once and for all. We're just going to have to wait and see. I also do want to check on the cDNA build shortly. Doesn't have to be right away, but we'll check on the cDNA build and we'll see how that is as far as being ready for a delivery to the mall and how long that's going to take to happen. Is this even running yet? No, we're still waiting on glassware, and we're still waiting on plasmids, of all things. Plasmids are running. We don't have a lot of them, though. Oh, plasmids are also glassware, so they've probably been just busted. Yeah, we are going to end up having to go back for more rail. No question about that. Here, let's get the depot hooked up, and then we'll finish the rest of the rail loop afterwards. I think that's the better way to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to use up all the rail in my inventory, and we won't get the depot built. Immediately a bunch of no path errors, which is probably a sign that lots of trains are trying to find their way to these stops that I just built. Which is a good thing. That means that they're trying to get out of the stations that they're stuck in, which was the whole point of this exercise. Oh, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work here at all. No, this just won't work. Shoot. world's longest hang while the undo tries to figure out what it needs to undo. I was worried I crashed the game for a second there. All right, we're just going to have to put this a little bit lower, a little bit further south, because that geothermal vent is just right in the way. That's not even slightly in the way. That's not something I can route around. Not without major surgery to the depot blueprint, and I don't feel like doing that. We'll find something else that can go in the spaces around here, and we'll get the depot just a touch further south. Right there. Seems to be where it lines up, just based on the power poles. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully this time, we are able to get this hooked up correctly. Oh, that is so satisfying to watch, though. Bots going wild. Did I just use up all my landfill? I absolutely did. Do we have landfill? Was I able to fix this? I know I tried to fix this. Did it work? Yes. We have landfill. Not a lot, but I mean enough. Trains are already coming to these depots, even though it is not really ready yet. That is certainly a sign. Trains on the way. Yeah, trains on the way. What is the best way to get up to the old base and collect landfill from here? I think we just go across here and then north at what used to be the southeast corner of the whole base. Here. This used to be the southeast corner of the whole base. It's gotten a little bit bigger since then. I do still need to put landfill on rails so that we can just add it to our normal logistics requests, and when we go to the mall, it will just be available to us, right? That's the... It's just one of those things that I have not gotten around to. Yeah, one train can't find path. That's probably because it chose one of the depot stations that isn't fully connected. We'll get that fixed momentarily. Cool. Hopefully that solves the issues we were having with trains and depots? Question mark. At least for the short term. We do have fuel already delivered. Excellent. We're taking ash out. Excellent. That, I think, does the trick. and just clear the road so that when I'm walking along it, I can mostly go where I need to go. Looks like we're pretty close to being connected here. We might actually have the rail and the signals that we need to finish getting this hooked up down to here. I also do need to add, obviously, the radars. Because this entire depot is currently off the radar grid, and I am going to be sad if I can't see what I'm doing. So let's do that first. Unclear exactly where the edge of the radar grid is. Yeah, let's just come down here. Let's just hook up everything, and then I don't have to worry about it. So we'll come all the way down to here. Yeah, okay, it is about where I thought it was going to be. We have radars integrated into some of our train stations. We're using the global circuit signals on the radars for a couple of things. So that is why some of my areas are slightly off-grid when it comes to radar coverage. And I have to double check what the grid alignment is from time to time. Okay. That looks good. Now we just need to hook up the last Lego pieces. Oh, stream's been good. Putting out a bunch of fires, as always. Which one is stuck? It's you? Why are you stuck? You don't have a schedule. You're not trying to do anything. It might just stay in the stuck state until CyberSyn resets some things about it. I think that is a thing that happens. All right, that corner's good. And then this should be pretty much... Well, that's the end of the asphalt that I had in my inventory, so that's how much gets paved right now. Yeah, little bit left to do down here, but this is a bunch of good real estate that we should be able to do. Probably mostly northern-facing things here. What did I hook up here? I've already forgotten what these are. Oh, kimberlite. That's all diamond. Yes. Wow, are my diamonds, like, backed up? And if so, why are my diamonds backed up? Do we have all the diamonds we could possibly need? Yes. It makes me nervous. As well it should. Aramid. Molybdenum. The thing I've been putting off upgrading for the past 40 hours is finally... I mean, apparently, yes. Okay. Yeah, all of this needs to be upgraded to the new, upgraded molybdenum build. I should probably double check the scale of that build. Especially, I should double check the scale of aramids. Because I know those are getting used in a bunch of things now. And, like, even if we fix molybdenum, is this going to be enough aramid? Oh, wow. This new depot is super full. All right. Some of these are only like half full. That one's totally full. That one's pretty full. That one's totally full. That one's totally full. All right. I mean, I knew we had a lot of trains. We have 266 trains. Well, 265 Cybersyn trains. Plus this guy. Whose job is done. The old mall is fully migrated. All right. That should be enough for the bots to lay down. Yeah, they did. They laid down all of the landfill. I have all my bots. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm out of lamps? Apparently I'm out of lights. Yeah, okay. Three stream streak. Wow. Okay, I think this is a good stopping place. Science is running. We've got to do glass next time. I don't want to wait for this whole tech before we can do glass. Apparently molybdenum needs to be actually upgraded, but I want to double check our molybdenum requirements and our aramid requirements. So let's do that. Double check aramid and moly needs. And rebuild all the glass stuff. All right, that's where we're going to start next time. And then beyond that, like, our techs are mostly, again, the things we need to do for alien life. So that's... Where am I? I'm completely lost. That'll get us hopefully through bootstrapping a couple more AL critters and prepping all of the alien life things we're going to need for Pi Science 3. But we feel really close, and really close could still be, 100 hours, 200 hours, obviously. But nothing that I've noticed, and it's possible I'm missing something, but in general, it feels like the path to Pi Science 3 is not atrocious. Like, I haven't looked closely at acrylic, but this is just chemistry. Maybe advanced substrate is going to be a problem. Maybe. But like in the grand scheme of things, it feels very approachable. So I think we're doing well. I think we're on a good path. The past few weeks have been a lot of upgrades to various raw materials around the base, right? So we're in a good place there. We've fixed a lot of the things that were bottlenecking us. What is this? Oh, this is fuel oil. Yeah. We will also get the fuel oil build done and start thinking about what migrating fuel oil looks like. Why don't we have Fanyot corrals? Did I not put those in the allow list? Is that why? I did not put them in the allow list. Obviously, we're not going to do the Mark II buildings until we have the tech, but we can at least do the Mark Is. And they don't need anything crazy, right? They do not. Okay. And these guys are waiting on CDNA? Yeah. And the CDNA build is waiting on... Honestly, it's broken. Cool. Well, it's waiting on glassware, and glassware is going to be a problem. But it's not going to be able to feed the glassware through. So I gotta fix this. I'll put that at the top for next time as well. Fix CDNA input chest. And that was my fault. I replaced this input warehouse with a bigger deposit, and I didn't reconnect the signal. So CyberSyn brought extra deliveries of a couple of things and screwed it all up. All right. Well, we got a short to-do list to start with next time. I think we're in a good place. Thanks very much, everybody, for watching. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I stream most days at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And I will see everybody next week. Or next time. Not next week. Tomorrow. That's the word I wanted.